I can go to my room and then just use my computer and then
check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Very strong. Normally it's open hall.
hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Just possible. Just upload. Okay, here for you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Charge USB.
Testing, 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 testing.
Strong because
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
To become World 8-Ball Champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boning, World 8-Ball Champion. Joshua Filler, new World 8-Ball Champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 World 8-Ball Champion.
Hello, pool fans, and welcome back to the Gateway Gateway City here in St. Louis. It is stop 2 of the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. 8 stops around the world this year, and Predator is awarding over $3.5 million this series. And let me tell you, last night, ladies and gentlemen, was a thriller of a championship. We awarded Fedor Gorst the Bank Pool Masters Championship. It came down to just 1 ball in the final game for him to overtake Shaw. That was awesome, and things are really going to heat up today here in St. Louis. Starting early this afternoon with our Women's Open, and then early this evening, we're going to kick off our Mixed Doubles Championship. 32 of the very best pairings you could possibly imagine. You pool fans are going to love that. So lots to come, but right now, our signature event, it is the 2026 Yalin WPA Men's 8-Ball World Championship. We have the very best players on the planet all battling it out for one of the biggest prizes in pool. We're on the winner's side of things, and let's get to these next big matches starting in Arena 2. An international athlete, make some noise for the Ghost, Fedor Gorst. And his opponent from Zamboanga, Philippines, the Superman, Roberto Gomez. And back in Arena 1 from Bonn, Hanauf, Germany, the Killer, Joshua Filler. And his opponent from St. Louis, Missouri, Iceberg, Justin Bergman. It's a race to 8. We're lagging for the break and sending it to the Predator commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Derek Cox, and a very warm welcome to you all from this fantastic Hyatt Regency at the Arc, St. Louis, Missouri. And we are beginning day 3 with the winner's first round of the WPA Yalin Men's World 8-Ball Championships. Fresh from his success winning yesterday's Bankmasters Showdown, Fedor Gorst is taking on Roberto Gomez, semi-finalist in yesterday's Banks as well. It's a race to 8, winner breaks. Referee Dave Pearson from Amarillo, Texas. My name is Gethin Davis, and with 2 monsters on the table, it will be only fitting to have another monster on the comms with me for this contest. I am very blessed to be joined by Chris Reinhold. We are just trying to get him connected in at the moment, and while we do that, let's have a little look at the Ghost taking on Superman. As I mentioned, race to 8. Both players under a shot clock. They will have 1 extension that they can call each rack. And it is early in the morning here, 9 a.m. The crowd will start to build as this match progresses, I'm sure. And Roberto Gomez will get us off. It's winner breaks. Well, Gomez with the second ball break has made a ball in the side pocket and does have good shape. Good opening signs. And already continuing from the Banks yesterday, a good bit of banter, not just between Dave Pearson and Roberto Gomez, but also with Fedor. Great to see that relaxed atmosphere, although very serious on the table. Roberto has played 1 match and won to get through to the winner's first round. Fedor not, with a very good win over Claudio Cacci. And he's taken solids here. He doesn't seem too happy with the result. It could be a combination 1-2 into the side pocket. I think he's just changed his mind. He can see the 3. That will make things a bit different for him. Brought the 7 down nicely. Where the 8 ball is next to the 11, he'll probably be looking to get on that 8 into the same pocket as he's just potted there. Picking them off nicely. Interesting to see the players break. And with this winner's break format, it's become really important who wins the lag. And what an opening rack. Not much needed from the 6 ball to leave shape on this 8. And the perfect start for the Superman gets us off the mark with a break and run. And more importantly, will retain the break as well. Gorst has to stay in his seat for a bit longer. I mentioned in the introductions, Gorst flying high, winning the Banks Master Showdown yesterday. So we just hear a round of applause in the background there. On our other tables, we have next to us, on table 1, Joshua Filler taking on Justin Bergman. There'll be a good St. Louis home support in for him. That's where you'll be hearing the applause coming from. On table 3, David Alcaida takes on Alex Kazakis. And on table 4, Radoslav Babica is taking on Aloysius Yap. All 4 tables being streamed live for you. Free content, Pro Billiard TV. Now, Roberto Gomez with his second ball break. This time making the red 3 in the bottom right corner. And again, a good spread. If you can hit them second ball breaks well, and they do spread. If you don't, they can cluster up on one side of the table. So I believe in an earlier match from yesterday, a colleague implied that Gomez had been doing that from the get-go. So clearly, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. Now he's having a look at his options. No real big clusters for him. The 6 has a gap off the back of that cluster of 3 stripes, but that cluster of 3 stripes may put Roberto off considering them. Looks like he's going for the 1. Ooh. An unexpected miss. The cue ball not falling too friendly for Fedor here, especially if he wants to continue with solids. He's called his extension early. He does want to persist with the solids. He's called the 6 into the bottom left pocket, bottom right from our overhead view as you look at home. Ooh, and that's not cut thin enough. Roberto. Okay, Pearson then. Roberto. Both of them into the bottom left corner. So it's left to consider now. On the right side of the 7. Fourth follow off the short rail. Got that very nicely. It does have the bottom right pocket. As we look at it, it's the top right from the overhead. So the right, both side pockets. So there are options for Roberto here. Speed early on. Secure a 2-0 lead. Of his chair for one shot with a thin cut on the 4, didn't make it. That allowed Gomez back in. And as I mentioned, we do have 4 matches streamed for you, but the remaining of the winners' first round matches all underway, and there are some big matches out there. I'll try and keep you updated as and when the scores come in. But there are some of the biggest names in the sport here in Missouri. $300,000 prize pool up for grabs. And at this stage, it's double elimination till the last 32. So the loser will still get a chance, but from my recollection, we'll have to play an additional 3 matches to get to the last 32. So Roberto Gomez, race to 8, looking at 2-0 lead. And his first dry break will bring Gorst out of his chair with a much better look than he had the last time. And as I mentioned, the lag has been playing a real big difference in these matches early on. The winner break format. We've seen some big swings in scorelines, and it's only taken a small opportunity like this for the momentum to swing. Just summarizing his options, he's elected solids, opening with the 7 ball into the side pocket. No real concerns, except getting good on the 4, but does have available pockets. Wondering how much sleep Fedor got last night after the excitement of what was it was a fantastic win in the Banks Master Showdown. It was Jason Shaw he took on, who took a commanding lead over Fedor. Fedor fought back into it, But then even in the last rack, Shaw was on the hill for quite a while, and with grind and determination and two fantastic closing shots, Fedor took the title and the $15,000 prize, and he's straight back out first thing in the morning. Different discipline this time, 8-ball. And that was his ball to hole for the 4. Could just draw it down, has to slide past the 11. Which he's done nicely, and that leaves him a good angle to trace the cue ball back up the center of the table. This will all be about pace, but a good response from Gorst with a first real good look at the table. He's played that very well. He's played that very well indeed. And that, just to get off the mark, will bring the scoreline to 2-1. More importantly, we get to have a look at Fedor's break. And as I mentioned, the crowd will start building up here. If you are watching in the area, don't be afraid to come down and watch. It's free at the venue, and as you can see, there are some seats still available. You can get to meet the players, maybe grab a few autographs while you're here, and have a wonderful look around the area here at the Hyatt Regency. Hear another clap from the adjacent table. That can only suggest that Justin Bergman has got another one on the board, and yes, indeed he has. He's 3-0 up against Joshua Filler. What a tough matchup he's got. That's over on table 1. Back here on table 2, we get to see Gorst up for his first break, trailing 2 racks to 1. Let's see how this contrasts with his opponent's break. Well, a little turnaround in dismay, and Roberto jumping out the chair to what? Well, not a lot. A lot of solids in his line of sight. But as you can see, to where Roberto was standing, the 5 is very much hampered by the 9 and I think the 15. So maybe forced into going solids here. In fact, I think he's going to be forced into going solids. So we'll need to think about that 5. And as you bring your eye line back to where the 8-ball is, that 4-7 cluster will also need attention. So this, not a straightforward opportunity for Gomez here, and straight away looking to get on that 5. That's a fantastic shot. He's got to be careful here. He's got the 9 and the 15, the yellow brown stripes to just navigate. Could be able to pull it through the gap. May need to run into one of them. Oh, how was this bump? He was able to run around them both, but came up quite heavy into the 15. Hear another applause in the background, and that could indicate Justin has won another. Okay, I think Roberto was just trying to hop the cue ball a little bit over the edge. That's forced the miss. Fedel back to the table. He's got stripes on the agenda. And not a bad opener if he wants to take the 10 to then attack the 2, or rather one troublesome stripe, the one he's just pointing at there. Looks like the 13. But as with Gomez's first shot, Gorst will look to try and attack any trouble early on. We bumped into the 7 heavy, and the cue ball has not really done much at all. That will likely be the end of that opportunity. He's having a look. Well, there is probably an element of safety in this. Trying to bring the cue ball back down onto the short rail. He did call the 12 ball into the corner pocket. It wasn't on. It was all about the cue ball, and he's been rewarded. Roberto coming to the table, locked up behind his own 2 ball. Well, again, good cue ball control. That 1 ball blocking line of sight for the obvious 15. So he's calling this the 13 in the side pocket. Looks like he's playing it off the 1 ball. Oh, he's played that well. Where's the 1 ball travel to? That should not cause a problem if...
12 ball, corner pocket.
I was going to say if the 14 passed, but it doesn't. So he's called the combination. Into it with venom. Did he go into it with too much venom? Look at the 14. It's come right down next to the 8, but still available for the bottom right pocket. So Gorst likely to play off this for the 15 into the same pocket. And now, this is the key shot. Needs to avoid traffic and get the cue ball down to where he's got his cue right now. So 2, maybe 3 rails, likely a 3rd rail. Make sure he avoids the 7. Shouldn't come into play. Doesn't want it to come into play. Great line, good pace. Well, I say good pace, would ideally like to have been low on the 14 because it's nigh on impossible to get shape from the 12 back to the 14. So that's a tricky shot. It's going to be running into the 9, running into the 8 ball rather. Here's the 8 ball, gonna end up short enough. Well, still not out of the woods yet. Needs to make a good positional shot for the 8. There is a window between the 4-2, as you can see from the overhead. Do like this aspect to look at the play. Is he going to look for that small gap? I feel he has to. Ooh, he had a second look. Yeah, it's gone far enough. And brings the scoreline back to 2 apiece as we get not just a round of applause from this table, it sounded like also from our other table. Just bringing up the scores and give you an idea of some of the quality that's out there and that didn't make our 4-stream tables. We've got Robbie Capito taking on Jovan Bustamante. Got Daniel Maciel taking on Hunter Lombardo. And that round of applause you just heard, Justin Bergman now 4-1 up on Joshua Filler. Victor Zielinski 3-2 up, Mateusz Snagotki. And, well, I cannot believe this one didn't make our 4-stream tables. Billy Thorpe is 1 apiece against Jeffrey DeLuna. And over on our other TV table 3, Alex Kazakis has taken an early lead over David Alcaida. If you want to keep updated with all the scores, ProBilliardSeries.com is the website. And you will get the schedule of play, the fixtures, times, table numbers. Gorst to break. Brought the scoreline back to 2 apiece. Still not getting success from the break. Or did he? Don't believe so. No. 2 breaks, 2 dry for Fedor. Not a bad spread of the balls. There are options both ways for Roberto here. Gone, selected stripes. I'm guessing where the 6 ball is, blocked by the 11. That would have helped his decision making here. Would love to run into the 5 and just open up a bit more for that 10 ball. Didn't, and has come too far if he wanted to play the 11 next. And as Roberto pots that 9 ball, it's my absolute pleasure, as I did mention earlier, to be joined in the box by a great pool player and instructor, Chris Reinhold. Welcome, Chris. Good to be joined by you.
Hey, how's it going? How's the match been so far?
Well, bring you up to speed. Roberto Gomez opened with the break and run. Made balls off his second break. However, didn't have anything on. Left Gorst with a very difficult cut, which he missed, and Gomez ran out. And Gorst has slowly brought it back to 2 apiece, but his opening 2 breaks, Chris, have both been dry, and this is the result of his second dry break.
Yeah, Roberto looks like he's playing very well, hitting the ball very clean. Well, it should be a good match, but especially if neither of them can really get their break going. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. The difference, Roberto Gomez, it was mentioned to me yesterday, Chris, second ball breaking with great success.
I feel like that's definitely a good strategy if the balls aren't breaking incredibly well. You got to give it a try for sure. What's your pattern here?
Well, he's got to get rid of the 10 now. He's been trying a few times to get to this. Did well to be able to make the stripe that was locked near the 6 down into the same pocket. If he can come up for the 15 now, and use the 13 for shape on the 8. That would be my preferred route, but he's got to get through some traffic, and he's got to pot the 10, Chris.
It's a tough miss. Sometimes, you know, you're too worried about shape and you end up missing the ball, which happens at every level, obviously.
Yeah, I think he was focused on just avoiding contacting the 5 or the 2, and maybe he just took his focus off the shot. But it was a similar mistake that Gorst pounced on earlier.
Better now, looking to see if the 5 passes the 10. If it doesn't, he's going to have to use the 2 or the 6 to get on the 5 in the opposite lower left-hand corner. Shouldn't be a problem, but just something to focus on and kind of think about, especially if you're trying to study the game. It's definitely something that they make look really easy, but we'll see what happens.
Well, especially from the break, Chris, as you mentioned, they're always looking at what the problem ball would be, and on both occasions so far in the match, players electing to solve it on their first available opportunity with success. I was wondering if he was going to use the 2 then, but maybe just slightly the wrong angle to be able to float through for the 5 if it doesn't pass. This should be better.
Yeah, and on this 5 ball, you don't want to be where the 2 is. You want to be a little lower, so you'd rather be straight in or a little bit on the other side, just so you don't have to fight the 10 in the corner. I'm sure he'll be fine here, but these little tight spaces is what makes all of them so elite.
Yeah, as you said, just coming low on the 5.
Also, it was good to stay off that rail, right? Because then the more options, like you just said, options, and more options.
I was just having a look up the table, Chris, as what ball he would prefer to use to get shape on the 8. That 10 is going to be blocking the pathway for the 8 into the bottom right. Oh, he ran into the 1.
Would that have been your shot selection, which to run into the ball, because you don't have really a chance of scratching?
That's not a bad shout. I always think it's brave to run into balls, especially when they're open and have available pockets. As you know better than I do, in 8-ball, there is always going to be the situation where you need to maneuver other balls to make yours available. Of course, players at this level can do it with a lot more ease, but I didn't think that he was going to run into the 1 there. It didn't matter.
Yeah, I think with the shot clock winding down and then being a somewhat difficult cut shot, I think he was just making sure he made the ball first and kind of took whatever he could, which at his skill level I think is totally okay.
Well, he's got to take this 7 in the side pocket, otherwise he's going to be coming the wrong side of the 8. How's his pace? his raise of the eyebrows, Chris, suggests that he was a bit surprised. He's happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. Very nice out from Federer here.
Yeah, and the only thing he's really been missing so far, Chris, is making a ball off the break. That may change. He's had 2 now. We'll be having a little think about what he needs to do for his 3rd, and this winner breaks format has certainly been providing for good momentum shifts. Over on the other table, Chris, we've got a St. Louis home favourite. Justin Bergman is 4-2 up on Joshua Filler. Now, I know you're not from St. Louis, but you spent a lot of time here, I believe.
Yeah, St. Louis is a big pool town. I was here for college, Lindenwood University, with Mark Wilson. He was my coach. And Justin Bergman lives maybe an hour or 2 from here. He's a hometown favorite. One of the better American players. Yeah, he's awesome and he plays amazing. And I'm glad that he's getting out and playing more events because he can really do some damage.
Yeah, I agree. It was wonderful watching him in the Banks event as well, making the semi-finals yesterday. It's great with the home support. Right, Gorst leading 3-2, yet to make a ball from the break. Race to 8. And that will help Chris. 2 made, I believe.
He made a few there. Maybe it was from the other racks that didn't go in. They gave him a few more.
Well, I'm trying to remember where he broke from the last 2 times. I don't believe the last one was down the center of the table, so maybe he's just decided to start breaking right down the channel, but to great effect. Not a bad spread of the balls either. The 1 ball hampering the 14, is it? Yep. So it is available to the top right pocket.
Yeah, I do like solids here.
Yeah, stop shot on the 6. If the 6 passes down into this bottom left pocket, a stop shot on that will make the 2 available very nicely.
Just try and navigate when to shoot the 1. You would have to get a little more towards middle table, in my opinion, to have a good shot. I think he's going to try to do that now. From the 6 to the 7, and the 7 to the 1 ball. Potentially might go down in between the rail and the 14 as well for the 1 in the top left. But it's really... Oh, wow, he's going 2 ball first. Interesting. What are your thoughts here?
Well, does he want to stay high or low on the 1? I mean, the thin cut is on now, but he has a much better chance of getting shape from the 7. I would say down to the short rail and maybe use a little bounce as well. How about that?
Yeah, I would agree. I like that as well. Whenever I'm closer to the ball, even if it's a steeper angle, it's easier to control the cue ball. So I think he's doing a good job. Just have to be aware of that side pocket, obviously.
Yeah, just needs to treat this with care. Does not want to bring an opponent's ball into play. Shouldn't do.
Pretty smooth there. 15 was a big ball, and he avoided it very nicely.
Yeah, and after just taking the lead for the first time, Chris, this is a real nice way to start pushing on with the break and run. Sending a message to Roberto, my break's working, and this is what I'm going to do if I get the chance. Fedor Gorst takes a 4-2 lead in this race to 8, and just a quick update on our other streamed matches coming to you. Over on table 4, Aloysius Yap 3-1 up on Radoslav Babica, and on table 3, David Alcaida locked in a 3-3 battle with Alex Kazakis. And I was about to give you an update on the Joshua Filler match, but I did hear a clap. We are hearing the applause from the hometown crowd coming across from next door. Justin Bergman 5-2 up now on Joshua Filler. A big match for Justin, and again, like you said, great to see him with the home support and delivering as well. A little look at the stats. Now we're at 4-2. The break success. Well, Fedor making one successful break and following it with a break and run. Can he do it again for a second time here?
Yeah, it's quite possible at his level that he can run 2 in a row. We'll see what happens if the pool gods let him make a ball on the break this time again, or if they'll give it to Roberto. Look at that. Nothing on the break.
No, no. And the difference between breaking down the center and on the side, or rather the second ball break, is when it goes wrong with the second ball break, the balls seem to just tuck over to one side of the table. With playing it such force down the center, if you don't make a ball off the break, there's a real good chance you're going to leave your opponent with something.
Yeah, totally agree. And when you're at that level of Federer and Roberto, you kind of have to give yourself the chance to make a ball and have a good spread, so that way you know that if you make a ball and you have such a good high chance of running out.
I don't think he can avoid the 9 ball here, which may take the energy out of the cue ball. Was able to draw into it and freeze the cue ball for shape on the 4. Nicely done.
Yeah, if he doesn't get out here, that 10 ball will haunt him a little bit, I'd imagine.
Yeah, indeed. It can be just that one unforced error that can really make a big difference, especially with the swing of the score winner breaks format. But this is not looking too much of a challenging pattern for Roberto here. He'd be disappointed to not run out with the way the balls are spread for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like going for the 2. I know it would make the other shots a little easier, but I like 3, 5, and then 2 here for sure. And the 8 and where the 3's, especially because you'll be close to the 8 with the cue, but this for me is just a little too risky. You don't get perfect, then now you have to work backwards trying to get back in line, which I just wasn't a big fan of.
No, and he's finished a little funny here, Chris. If drawing back, he may be drawing close to the long rail. Oh, and it looked like he would have been teasing the jaws of the side pocket as well. He's now left himself a tricky 5 by all accounts. I think your heed of warning was very welcome.
It's 12 o'clock English to go 2 rails out for the 3. Put too much power on this, you don't want to have to go back and forth. I'd like to stay there. He's just going to roll it in with a lot of right English and get to close to where he's at now, and just kind of take what you can on the 8 ball.
Yeah, he didn't like it. Felt the angle was too much, but navigated it very nicely back across for this 8 ball. And brings the scoreline back to 4-3. Is not going to let Federer run away with this. And this is the sort of contest I was looking forward to, Chris. And coming up later today, talking about things to look forward to, 2 p.m. local time, we'll have Seyberts St. Louis Women's Open kicking off. And following that a little bit later on at 6:30 p.m. local time, the Poison mixed doubles event will kick off as well. So 8-ball action and women's action and mixed doubles action. A lot to look forward to, Chris. How have you been finding the first few days?
So actually, I was kind of doing photography for Predator with a camera in the back room over there for 2 days, so I haven't really been following this.
They locked you in a room.
But they locked me in a room, and now they let me come outside, which was nice of them.
Brilliant, brilliant.
But
yeah, no,
I'm looking forward to sweating the action today, that's for sure.
Where can we find your photos, by the way, Chris? On the Predator website?
They were just for the player profiles. So whenever you see graphics on the streams and player introductions, that's kind of what they're for.
Excellent, excellent. We just get the stats up. I've yet to meet our stat man, Michael Salmon. I'm sure you've had the pleasure, but I do love the stats he keeps bringing up for us. If you want to at home find them, I can give you the lowdown on the web address for it. It's probilliardseries.com/live stats. And once the match is kicked off on table 1 and 2, Michael Salmon keeps updated all the statistics. And sometimes they really do glean good aspects of the players' games. It looks like, Chris, the players have just taken a break. Now, you're back in St. Louis. Is there some familiar faces and friends that you remember?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few actually. It's really nice to see. I'm looking forward to kind of mingling with everyone. After tomorrow, I have a little more time off. It'll be nice to kind of be a spectator in the stands again and just enjoy an event. They put on a really, really good event, and as they always do. But yeah, I look forward to being a pool fan this week.
Well, I have to say, as a pool fan, I really do relish the opportunity to get to commentate on these top flight matches. And you have a very busy day of you ahead, sir. I believe you're on table 2 for every match today. I will be tuning in when it's not my turn. Thank you very much. I did see Mark Wilson here on day 1, watching one of Bergman's bank matches. I do know that, I think it's St. Charles over at Linderwood, where they're based, where you were based even. And that's not too far away from here. I'm sure you've had plenty of games in the city of St. Louis.
Yeah, I went to college there. I won the Collegiate National Championships. Mark Wilson was my coach. It was an awesome experience, and then I realized that I wanted to go play pool for a living full time, and that's kind of where it started. Yeah, he's an amazing guy. Michael Salmon, back to what you were talking about, really good dude, and the things that he keeps stats of, I just would never have even thought of. So if you have a chance, it's really fascinating, and you should definitely go check it out.
He's like Mr. Moneyball of the pool world. I have been fascinated, and it's been a pleasure to have met him over the past few months and gleaned some insights into the game. I have been enjoying the live stats. Now, after their break, we get back to the action. Roberto Gomez brings the scoreline back to 4-3 with the break. He has been second ball breaking with great success so far. He made the 4, Chris. He's at the table.
Yeah, I'm starting to think solids is the way to go here. 6, 7, 7, 6, 5. So the 3 can kind of be a key ball for the 8, or you can get that out of there soon, and then the 8 goes in the side as well. It's just kind of preference, but I personally would go solids here for sure.
Yeah, looks like his 1 ball is the only real opener if he wants to take solids. I think he's just thinking about that 3 ball. Will the 3 ball end up being his key ball, Chris?
Could very well be.
Oh, he's not so happy with that.
I think
Did he
he's
want
gonna
to be
have
on
to get
the
this
6?
2 ball out of there. I think he's gonna have to get this 2 ball out of there, and then go from there, kind of reset on the positional play.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he was hoping for position on the 6. But this 2 ball does give him a good opportunity to reset, as you said. I don't know if that's done it. Oh yeah, he will be able to see the 6 ball now.
Yeah, he still might go 5 here if he doesn't trust the low right English. You have to aim a little thicker on these balls with clean cloth, so can't be guaranteed position. I think he's going to try to play the 7 in the same pocket if he goes too far, but trying to get sort of middle of the table. He's still a little unsure, but hopefully he can pick a shot and just stay down and follow through. I mean, it's a lot easier said than done, though.
Yeah, he did take the 5. He's just had to look to see if the 7 passes into the same pocket. It wasn't clear from his reaction if it did or not. It will be from his position play. That would suggest it does. Would have liked to have been straight or just low on this, I would have felt, to be able to keep for the 3. I think that was all about holding for the 3, Chris. He's forced it off the long rail and back out. Missed the pot.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a lot of these kind of shots that I've seen Roberto kind of mess up on, and it's not generally the super technical shots. It's more of the just kind of, I don't know if he underthinks it, but just kind of more so just kind of the stroke, which he has a really good stroke, but it's just kind of interesting to see. You know, a top player of his caliber.
Yeah, just the rare misses we have seen, there's only been 1, 2, maybe 3, seem to have all been, as you suggested, where he's maybe focused a little bit more on the position and taken the pot a little bit more for granted. But what it has done is delivered us with some exciting stuff and has allowed Gorst to get back to the table here with not much traffic in his way. And gentlemen recording the action, I think we should tell him we've got the best seat in the house here, so tune in.
You might run into the 8 here to kind of bump it out. Would not be surprised. Really good shot there. You have to go 15 here if you can, and then take what you can on the 10 ball. I think he's going to use 15 and then 10 and then 8 in the same pocket as the 15.
Yep, punched it off the long rail as you suggested. Back out for the 10, and that bump on the 8 proved very beneficial.
Went a little farther, but it'll be okay.
Yeah, and a well-deserved round of applause. Fedor Gorst takes a 5-3 lead. You heard earlier a slightly louder round of applause from the home crowd on the other table. Justin Bergman now 6-3 over Joshua Filler. And, well, Chris, I've not had the pleasure of playing on these Predator Arc tables, but I can tell you from the box, the side pockets are very unforgiving. Have you had the opportunity to play on these?
Yeah, I played Carlo Beato on one of them on the live stream in the Predator Las Vegas Pro Billiard Series, and the side pockets are a little unforgiving, but honestly, I think it's a shot selection thing where you kind of know that they're unforgiving, so you should more play so for the corners, and then just understand that the side pockets are, really the toughest ones on the table, probably.
Yeah, good. I'm looking forward to my opportunity. I hope I don't play someone as tough as you or Biardo, though. I would like to get some table time.
Yeah, the newer clock they have is a little more grippy, so it's a little less slidey, which is very nice. Oh, look at that break.
Yep. Gorst now making balls. Needs to back it up. 1 break and run so far from his first successful break. He's already looking at that little cluster with the 3 and the 10. If the 10 passes, that might make his decision making better, but where the 1 is hampering the 11 into that, I would say, top right corner, but top left as we look from the overhead. So all to be taken into consideration when making your decision here. I've seen Gorst quite often in these racks take his extension very early.
He's going stripes. Wow. I get that out of there now. Play it next. Very smart. Very, very smart. I thought he might run into it also, but that was the safer play, to not run into another ball.
I'm still not convinced the 10 passes the 3, so there may still be work needed over there. First of all, got to play this 11 all the way up. Should be able to float through. May even go past the side pocket with the cue ball. Played that well, there. Chris, and if he wants to move the 10. Oh. Well, that camera angle wasn't completely conclusive for me, but you may be right, Chris, and that will make life a lot easier for Gorst. And that would suggest it does. Good spot.
The question is now, does he roll up for the 9 ball, or does he drop back out of there for the 12 or 13 in the side?
If he's able to leave shape, I was going to say if he was able to leave shape, is it the 13? I believe it's the 13, where he's finished straight on the pot, possibly the top left. He will not need to do much with the cue ball to hold for the 8.
The biggest thing is to get on the correct side of the 3. You don't want to be snookered at all on the 3 ball, obviously. Beware of that treacherous side pocket, right?
Well, I think he's not come up high enough for the center. So for the side pocket, he's probably going to have to play this to the top left to hold for the 8 now. He's not straight on it. But yes, treacherous is a great word to use, Chris. Nice word.
So that 1 miss cost Roberto another 2 racks, as we saw in the previous miss. He has it right there. He could have been in this match, maybe even tied or up.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Chris. It's just them 2 mistakes that have allowed Gorst not only back to the table, but with the ability to assert some control. The scoreline now reflecting that. Race to 8. Gorst now at 6-3. As we look across the Hyatt Regency here at the Arc in St. Louis. We'll just bring you a couple of updates from the other tables. Over on table 4, Aloysius Yap, 5-1 up on Radoslav Babica. Mario Hay, 5-3 up over the Spaniard Alvaro Kononika. And Hayato Hijikata from Japan, 4-2 up on Vitali Patsura. All the matches underway, I mentioned earlier, but for viewers that are just joining us, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. You will get all of our 4 events, schedules, times, table numbers, players. Back to Gorst. Been making balls off the break. Gave them a crunch, Chris.
Roberto with what seems like an open table for the most part. 11 might be a little weird. The 5. What would you go with here? I personally like stripes. What do you think?
I like stripes too. It's just that one ball that's spoiling the party.
Yeah. 11 pass is what he's looking at now.
It's not easy to get on the 1 if you take solids either. Can he maneuver something? Or does the 11 pass? Maybe it passes. He might not have a full pocket though, Chris.
Yeah, could also use the 9 to kind of bump into the 11. But that might take a few shots and you have to be careful. He's going for it now. Don't touch the 3 with your shirt, Roberto. Perfect.
Whoa. Yeah, I didn't even expect him to play it at that sort of pace either. But now in prime position in this 10th rack.
Sometimes when you're scared, you have to hit it hard to make sure that you get through the ball. Not saying he's scared, but just something funny.
Yeah, I have the pleasure of playing baseball where I'm from, and we have a gentleman in the team called Vout, and he has a very good saying that we came up with together: if in doubt, clout. And that probably would come under that mantle.
Yeah, there's a good thing my friend Evans Bishop always says. He says, "Hard shot, hit it hard." That's funny.
I wouldn't mind that one on a t-shirt, Chris. And Gomez is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's picked these off very nicely. It looked like Gorst was getting his break working, which was early alarm bells for Roberto after Gorst had his first 2 dry breaks. And now, on his 3rd, Gomez has been able to pounce, running them all out. Brings the scoreline back to 6-4. We'll now have the break, and well, this winner-break format, Chris, it's been moving momentum quite often in some of these matches, but yet still not very often a player running away with it. As you look at the statistics there, 904 for Gorst, 860 for Gomez, and in the balls pocketed per inning, they're not far apart, 4.1, 4.4, only 1 safety. That shows how aggressive these two are.
Yeah, I feel like every time Roberto tries to get a little momentum, he just kind of Gets it away a little bit, so hopefully he can keep his foot on the gas here and try to tie this all up. I mean, his break is one of the best in the tournament from what I've seen so far. I just had to say something.
I was going to use the phrase commentator's curse, but Chris, both
Mrs.
players
Curse.
have been, yeah, exactly. They've been getting close even when their breaks have been dry. This time, the two dressed up, right in the jaws of the corner pocket. And I'm not too sure if that really leaves an easy opener on the stripes for Gorst. There's certainly a long opener. Can you glean any more magic from that rack, Chris?
I think I'd probably go for the 7-ball here on the side and just work down there and then come back up for the 3-2. But probably the 7 and the 1. It's a lot of options.
Yeah, a lot of options. And now you mentioned that 7, the solids do look a lot more appetizing.
Into the treacherous side pocket.
It allowed that one to come in.
Yeah, he's gonna play the 2-3-2 combo. I like doing this now because when the 2 ball's kind of frozen in the pocket like that, you don't really know how the 3 ball is gonna react. It might kind of jump out, so it'll be nice to have other options just in case the 3 ball goes where you can't get it. Controlled very well there.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hit it that hard, Chris. Normally I'm a bit reluctant to go into the combinations like that in case you just get something unfriendly, and the 3 in that case would have gone into some trouble, but clearly he wanted to get the right shape on the 6. Played it well.
Did he get there on the 5? He's gonna have to shoot this 1 ball maybe.
Yeah, I think he was playing for the 1, but it just picked up a bit of running side and threatened just running out of position. I think he's still on it.
I have to use draw on this one. Low right English, throwing it back to the rail and in between the 15 and the 5, with the 5 and the middle right.
Deep draw. That cue ball's come out very nicely, center table. Is he going to be able to drop this in and hold?
I think he can spit it in with a little bit of low right, not a lot of speed. He also might be able to go in between the green and the red. Or the red and the red, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, a bit of check side worked to great effect. And now this is all about pace of the cue ball. Got a very big area up in the top right to aim for if he wants to play it into the treacherous side pocket. It's not so treacherous from where the 8 sits here now.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you there.
I might have a consideration for that. And that does bring Gorst on the hill, 7-4. It did look like Roberto was just getting his teeth back into it, but a great break and run. Gorst in prime position, breaking for the match. Just a quick update from our other tables while we have this little respite. Looks like Bergman. I did hear another clap, so that score may have changed, but it appeared that Joshua Filler was on the comeback, and he is. It's 6-5 now, so that's a bit of a shift from 6-3. Filler winning the last two. And David Alcaida, Alex Kazakis on our table 3. They're still locked. Was 3-3, now 5-5. And on our other streamed table, Aloysius Yap 5-1 up now on Radoslav Babica. Again, ProBilliardSeries.com if you want to keep updated with all the scores. So, back to this winners round 1 match. Fedor Gorst on the hill. And you feel if he makes a ball off this break, Chris, it could be all over.
Look at that 10 ball, 5 ball down. Man, that 9 ball still spinning. He crushed those ones.
Still spinning and seemed to lock tight.
I would imagine solids would be the way to go here.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just looking now from that great camera angle, the 6 does make shape into the side pocket. Doesn't look like it's come down far enough to be caught on the rail.
Yeah.
Well, if
that 1 ball looks a little tricky still to get on, but we'll see how he does it.
Well, he was looking to make our job a bit easier there, pointing out his pattern for us. He's going to play the 2 through the 10 into the corner pocket. And then we'll be looking... Well, I would say he would want to try and get shape on the 1 sooner rather than later. As you mentioned, it looks like it's in a decent spot, but to get to it might not be.
Yeah, there's a good chance I like the 3-1, 7-6 here. That'll be a good pattern to follow. And the 6 brings you right to the 8.
Extension.
He's just taking his extension, wants to make sure that he gets in perfect position. Good position on the 1 here, and it should be elementary for him there. And I would suggest it would be 7-6 following, using the 6 as the key ball for the 8.
Didn't want to get 100% straight in on this 1 ball. There you go, perfect. Do you chance drawing it back here a little bit to where it's at now, or do you like to stopping the 7 right in its tracks?
I don't mind the stop shot, only down to the fact that making contact with this 6 as gently as possible should ensure that you hold good shape for the 8 in the opposite side pocket. Again, as we saw in the banks, sometimes with 8 ball, it does come down to the preference of the players. Maybe played it a little bit too softly, Chris, but I'd still fancy this 8 ball. And this will see Fedor Gorst progress through to the next round in the winner's side. It's double elimination. And that will be it. Roberto Gomez shaking the hand of Fedor, and Roberto will move over into the losers bracket. That will mean 2-3 extra matches to play if he is to make it to the last 32. Fedor Gorst ensuring his pathway at the moment is still a little bit shorter and simpler. Big thank you to you all for joining us. Our next match will be coming up in 45 minutes. My name's Gethin Davis, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you, Chris, Reinhold. We will both be back for the next match on table 2. Don't go anywhere. We will both be right back, as I mentioned, 45 minutes from now. Thank you, Chris.
Hello, Dave. Hello, hello, hello. Tu m'entends, Dave? Tu m'entends? Ouais. Mais je t'entends pas, mais ça marche. Tu m'entends? 1, 2, 1, 2. Moi je t'entends pas, mais peut-être mon casque. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mi, non. You. Toi tu peux m'entendre. Moi pas t'entendre. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah. Yes, it's okay, perfect.
Okay.
Where is ce saloperie de problème? Where is ce problème?
This was muted.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
Okay.
Live.
And the Iceberg comes out victorious. Another Hill thriller here in St. Louis. One more round of applause for the killer, Joshua Filler. Always great and fun to watch. He still in it, and we'll be back here very shortly. 11 o'clock. Our next matchup set to begin. If you were curious, in Arena 2 is Fedor Gorst over Gomez, 8-4. I have never been so intensely watching each and every break. It has just been amazing, this 8-ball so far here in St. Louis. Hey, Justin, real quick word here. You ever, when you were sitting there and Joshua was running out and stuff, did you think you were going to make it back to the table?
No.
these breaks. How does it feel playing in front of a home crowd?
It's a lot of pressure, but a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, they all love you here, and good luck as we continue on. Again, 11 o'clock, our next match is set to kick off. And then at 2 o'clock, our Women's Open will kick off. We have some of the very best women in the entire world. 2 rounds of that, and then at 6:30, our mixed doubles, 6:30 and 8:30 will happen here tonight. The second stop at the Predator Pro Billiard Series.
Okay, test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, test. There we go. All right, testing, testing, Gethin. Can you hear me?
I can hear you coming through loud and clear, Gethin Davis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. We are good to go.
Excellent. Oh, I like that Irish accent. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
See you in a bit.
Cheers, bye-bye.
Just about 15 minutes away from our next opening breaks. We already have what match is going to be in Arena 1. It's going to be Claudio Cacci and Shane Van Boning. This is on the one-loss side of things, so a huge matchup coming here. I'll let you know what's going on table 2. At 15 minutes away from opening break.
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Coming through loud and clear, coming through loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can definitely hear you now. This is a nice change of pace.
You can relax now, no darting backwards and forwards to your room.
Yeah, this is nice not having to be in my room because it's so cold in there. You know, I want to go under the covers.
Well, I'll let you know I'm out of my pajamas. We're good to go, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my microphone and just wait for the match, all right?
Yeah, I'll bring us in and we will rock it. See you in there, sir.
Sweet.
Yeehaw!
right, the news is out on table 2, in arena 2 there, big one. Hayden Maverick Ernst and Wosek Chevchek. Again, Hayden Maverick Ernst and Wosek Chevchek. Kick off here in about 8 minutes until opening break. This is on the one-loss side, so huge matchups coming up in the 8-ball World Championship. Everybody enjoying themselves so far? This is amazing, brilliant pool we have seen so far. When I say Predator Pro Billiard Series, make a lot of noise for me, all right? Help me out.
What a long shot to become world 8-ball champion.
Brilliant performance. Shane Van Boding, world 8-ball champion. Joshua Filler, new world 8-ball champion.
Albin Ocean, the 2025 world 8-ball champion.
And a very warm welcome to you all from the wonderful Hyatt Regency at the Arc, St. Louis, Missouri. We continue day 3 with the losers' first round of the Yalin WPA Men's World 8-Ball Championships. A matchup between the 7-time US National Junior Champ, Hayden Ernst, and he takes on the 2022 10-Ball World Champion from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. Actually, it looks like we have the match between Felix Vogle and Mateusz Snagotki. My apologies. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the box for this matchup, Chris Reinhold. Welcome back to table 2, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you guys are doing well, and we have a nice match. We have an up-and-coming star versus a veteran.
Yes, indeed. My information that came through was a different match, but also another young star. Felix Vogle has been performing very well through the junior ranks. And, well, he's up against a formidable opponent in the form of Mateusz Snagotki. Snagotki himself, very, very dominant on the international scene. Comes across with quite a few other good Polish players, Chris. And this is a difficult one to call. It's a race to 8, winner breaks format. I didn't see who won the lag. Maybe you did, Chris.
Yeah, Felix won the lag. He'll be breaking. I think he's going to go for either a head-on break. I don't know what happens there. Is that a scratch legally? No, I think it's okay. Okay, so I think he's going to go for the second ball break, but a lot of these players also do the head-on break from the side rail, try and get the head ball in the side pocket. Let's see which way he attacks. Nothing down so far. Not a lot of options, though.
No. And a dry break. We had seen Roberto Gomez making a second ball break earlier with great effect. This time, not a second ball break, but even though dry, as you said, not really a good look for Mateusz. Neither solids or stripes looking favorable either.
Yeah, I think stripes is the more favorable, but honestly, it's might even be par for safety at some point. Even though he missed, I wouldn't be 100% sad that I missed, because there's still some work to do for either solids or stripes here. The 14's lane weird does not pass. The 15 is also playing, 11 balls playing a little interesting here, so we're gonna have to see. What do you see here?
Well, I think, Chris, we're going to be in. I was about to say we were going to be in for maybe a little bit of a tough opener, but I had the pleasure of commentating on a few of Felix's matches at his last tournament back in Belgium, and he has really found an aggressive form and is not afraid to go on the offense.
Interesting picking stripes here. Oh, look at that.
Straight away.
Yeah, see if you can
Straight
see the
away.
15. or if he's gonna have to cut in the 14 all the way down. I don't like that one. I don't know. I don't know if it's your favorite shot, but for me, it's not mine.
I think from the look on his face, it's on. And he should be able to find the gap for the 10 ball, which will serve him well.
Very good stroke there. How do you like that stroke? That was really good. Stayed down, got through the ball, even though the shot clock was right on him.
Yeah. Vogle, along with a lot of the other juniors that have come through the ranks. Now he's 18. I would say no longer a junior. And the fundamentals are fantastic on many of these players. And they back it up with great composure too. It's very easily daunting to be coming up against such, well, well-known and formidable players. But Felix, along with a lot of the other players here today, including Hayden Ernst, they don't seem to be bothered by it at all.
See, interesting going for this 9 ball here first. I would have went for the stripe up top and then work your way down to the 9, but this is fine also. I think he's going 10, 13, or did you go 13 here? Either way is not bad. Either way is not bad, but it's kind of just preference, don't you think?
Yeah, I think I'd take the purple past the 1 now, and
okay.
the straighter the better for the top right pocket on the 11.
Beautiful, beautiful stroke on that one. He's gonna have to drag this a little bit with some low right English, aiming thicker at the ball just slightly, and just let that right throw it in at a lower speed. Getting straight in would be ideal, but if you don't have it, kind of decelerated on that one.
Yeah, you mentioned it. He was looking just to drag the cue ball, so he would be able to just not threaten running out of position for his last stripe. And Snagotki to the table. He does have a little cluster with the 3-6 where he is near now, but not much else traffic threatening his pattern play here. Felix taking most of them out of the way.
Yeah, I think he's going for the 3. He's going to call the 3 in the corner in case it follows it in, but he's going to come down for where he can't make the stripe in case it does not go in. See? Very smart here. He had a lot of work to do if he was going to run that out.
Yeah, good two-way shot. And straight away, Felix calling the 14 in the bottom right.
Okay, let's take a look here. He's got the 1 real kick. I'm interested to see if he's going to hit it with more of a stun or like a follow, or with speed, or just kind of rolling it in. I like a firmer hit on this one for sure. Look at that.
Ooh.
He's still alive. Oh, maybe not.
Until, yeah, until that cue ball decided to find gravity. He wasn't far away from even making that. Now, you have to say that last shot by Matthias, a sort of two-way shot, didn't look fancy that he was going to make the combination. Should reap him rewards here, and it would be quite important to just take one against Felix's break in this opening rack. A couple of the matches yesterday, Chris, it really did come down to who won the lag, and in this winner breaks format can be vitally important, but not if your opponent gets to the table like this.
Yeah, I mean, he was put in a tough spot though, so it's tough to fault him for missing the kick or scratching on the kick. I think the big thing was when he missed that ball, he kind of put himself in a tough spot. So again, Matus is an amazing player. He's been around for a long time, and you know he's really going to punish any mistake you make.
That has been the theme over these past 2 days of the 8-ball World Championship. 96 of the best players.
I don't like this long angle on this.
No, I could sense that from you, Chris. He just ran through a little bit further. Shouldn't be a problem, but...
Interesting. He had more angle on that than I thought.
Well, this match just needed to wait a little longer to kick off than the matches on the other tables. We do have quite a number of top matches in this loser's first round, and some big names. Darren Appleton's taking on Jeffrey DeLuna, and well, another one that stuck out for me was Ralph Suke, the Kaiser. He's taking on Jovan Bustamante, and he's taken an early lead, 1-0. If you want to at home, just keep updated on the scores yourselves. Please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com, and you'll find all the fixtures, the schedule of events. There's 4 events taking place. You'll have links to all of them. And if you're enjoying our stream, 4 stream tables for this St. Louis event. If you're enjoying it, please do like, share, and subscribe on the Pro Billiard TV channel. Now, Chris, we get to see Snagotki's first break off.
Yeah, let's see where this head ball goes, because if the head ball goes anywhere besides the top left corner, you probably want to do the side break so we can get more impact through the rack. You know, sometimes they don't always freeze 100%. Yeah. I don't know. If I was playing, I'd be using that second ball break. That looks like it's been the most effective so far.
Yeah, it's very interesting you say that, Chris. We had in our opening match Moritz Neuhausen, and it seemed to be working in his favor, but it wasn't enough to get him over the finish line.
Look at this bridge.
Yeah, taking the 1 on.
Good shot. Made do with what he had. How do you get on the 7 ball? The 2's lane a little weird too. Maybe try to attack that now. Get on the top left side for the 2, down in the lower left-hand corner. And then if you don't have it, you have the 7 or the 6, potentially.
Yeah, he looks like he's just high on this 3 as well, so could punch it into the short rail and bring it back across for the blue 2. Everything could open up for him off that.
You could always just follow up for the 6 in the opposite corner. We know him as more of an aggressive player, though, so it made sense that this is the route he would take, for sure. Okay, how would you do this? Would you go 2-7?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't take any chances, and then I'd have to find a way from the 6 up to the remaining 2 at the bottom of the table.
He's going 6 first. Then the 7 can bring him down to the 5.
Yeah, better idea. Needs to be good on this 7.
It's so interesting, you know, with 8 ball, there's so many different ways to go. With 9 ball, it's generally, you know, there's one correct shot. In 8 ball, it's just, there's a lot of ways to skin the cat.
Indeed. Indeed. And it makes it interesting for us in the box, in all honesty. It's very easy to pick out the patterns in rotation because you know exactly where they need to get next.
Did he get there? Did he get there?
Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think he's got a good look, but it will be a thin cut and that cue ball will be traveling, and look where the 8 ball is. Can he run into it?
Yeah, I like running into the 8 here, maybe even erroring more on the where his hand is at. A little more towards that way if you don't hit it. Yeah, that was perfect. You don't want to run out too far. So he's really, honestly, just has to worry about making the ball here and just hoping he gets positioned, because this is a really thin cut. You don't want to worry too much about shape here. You want to make sure the ball goes in. What a beautiful stroke.
Oh, look at the cue ball control as well, Chris.
Yeah, we'd take that in a game, wouldn't we?
Definitely. And not a bad response to Snagotki's opening effort. Brings the scoreline back to 1 apiece. And I was mentioning about Felix in his last tournament. I had the pleasure of being at the venue, and I was having a chat with him, and this is how astute the young fella is. He was moving from one of the outside tables to one of the TV tables, and before he'd even played his first shot, he turned around and looked at me and he said, "This is higher." And I went, "What do you mean higher?" Because the table is just a little bit taller. And we went and measured, and he was right. It wasn't much more than a centimeter, if that, but he recognized it straight away. And he's like, "It's going to make it a bit more difficult for my jump shots." Incredible.
Yeah, it's funny because Felix and I are about the same height. We're a little vertically challenged, so compared to other players. So it's we probably notice those things a little more because we have to. Okay, Felix to break here. I hope he uses a second ball break. It looks like he is. Nope. I thought wrong.
No, it was the same as the way he played it before, Chris, and he's made balls this time.
How perfect was that cue ball, though? It stopped dead in its tracks.
It did indeed.
Okay, so he's going to use the stripe into the solid, into the 1 in the side. Might even stun over to bring the 3 in the same side pocket. Do you like going for solids here?
Yeah, I do, and I like the fact that he will push the 13 down and make a little cluster and also have it out the way. So now he's really got only the 10 to hamper him in position on the 8, but where the 10 is, I don't think it would. He'll want to come either side. Now, there's no real obstacles for him out there. The combination 2 to 4 perhaps need to be treated with a bit of care.
Yeah, interesting. I might follow up for the 4 and then the 2 instead of doing the combo. I think that's what he's doing. I just don't want a chance getting the 2 tied up with the 15 after, which is one of my biggest fears.
Yeah, very good point. And Felix recognizing that straight away.
He's going to draw back in between where he is now and the 2 ball. There you go. You have to keep a little angle, but if you're straight in, that's okay too. That 14
ball
in
a
plays
nice
big. You got to be careful. I think you'll be okay.
I think he's also been able to stay high on the 3 as well, which will just make it a little bit easier to float down for the 8 ball. He's looking in stroke, Chris. He's looking in stroke.
I don't think he knows how to be out of stroke. He's too young. When everything looks like it's going to go in.
Yeah, especially so. And a good point, Chris. These younger players do have less fear and are certainly not daunted. It's very easy as you get older and mature to start thinking the worst sometimes, but the belief, well, it is incredible. Let's have a quick look out across at our other matches. Jeffrey DeLuna's just taking a 1-0 lead over Darren Appleton. We have the young Frenchman Alex Montpellier. He's 2-1 up on Eric Roberts. And I was just going to bring it back to this match. We have, it is double elimination, but I noticed that once they're in this losers bracket, they've got 3 more matches to play to get to the last 32. It's going to be real tough for either of these two.
Yeah, there's so many elite players nowadays. It's crazy. It's crazy the amount of talent, but that just means the people that win the tournaments go through and they go through about 6 or 7 or 800 Fargos just to win the tournament. That's pretty insane, but shows you how awesome the level of pool is.
Yeah, it is incredible. Felix to break. Swapped sides this time.
Why would you swap after you made 2 balls in the break and ran out? I'm curious. Wasn't good enough, I guess.
Clearly wasn't. I just was having another sneak peek at the scores over on table 1. Cledio Kachi, the younger brother of Eklen Kachi, is 4-0 up on Shane Van Boning at the moment. I know Shane was one of the picks to get deep, but the Albanian really putting in a performance earlier on. Vogle looking to do the same. That 15, does he think it slides past?
Yeah, I think he does. The 9 passes also, I believe. And that's big for this run out. I'm actually in between both of these matches. The one that we're watching now, and then the one that was Shane and Cleto. Shane just got on the board for his first. Oh, I think he was worried too much about the cue ball there.
Yeah, it did look tight. He was looking just to cheat it a little.
But again, if you see his stroke on that one, it was a little hesitant. You see that as he was about to hit the ball, he kind of backed off. And that was the 2 balls we've seen him miss so far. He's done that. So, not saying that that's the key to victory, but, you know, you got to make sure you get through the ball.
No, well picked up, and yet I completely agree. The only 2 mistakes have come from just not the most, and what we've come to know him for, the fluid stroke. Now, what has Snagotki got on here? He's got the stripes. That 14's in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, I like 15-9, and then work your way, because the ball next to the 5 is going to be a key ball for the 14, and that should be okay. So we got 9, 10, 11, and then I think that's the 13.
13.
In between the 4 and 5. But that should set up the shot for the 14. And then the 8 ball, it has a few different pockets, a few different choices you can go with. But you got to get that 9 ball out of there to clear it out. I don't like getting that close to it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That might be trouble on both.
Yeah, he might have to try to cut in the 10 here. See if he can see it. It looks like he can't, but
can he just hop over the edge? It's really close to the 10 ball.
I don't know. You might have to spin this in a little bit, but it might bring you away from where you're trying to get. Let's see if you can do it. Oh, that ball skid a little bit on him, but at least he blocked the pocket.
Did. Great camera angle as well, Chris. That picked up beautifully the reaction from the cue ball onto the 13. And yeah, it did skid a bit. That will bring Felix to the table. He's having a good look at this 5 down the long rail, top left pocket.
He might try to draw into this. Oh, I thought he was going to draw into this 11 ball. Or the 13 or whatever it was. Did he come far enough for the 6?
I don't know. He's not made it clear yet. He's not moved from that position. That would suggest he can. I'm just wondering, though, with the angle he's got, is he going to have to force follow and look to get something off the 14, because I'm not too sure the cue ball's going to go anywhere too handy. He may be able to give it a good slam.
Yeah, that 4 ball might go off of the rail, off of the 13 in the pocket. So that might be what he's trying to do with the 4. But yeah, he's on the wrong side of this ball to do anything with it. So you kind of have to take what the table gives you, and I think that's what he's doing.
Well, it's either that, Chris, or he was watching too many banks over the last 2 days.
Right, yeah. That's definitely possible. I wouldn't be mad at him for going for the bank.
It looks like the cue ball would run up to the 1, but he's looking to do what you initially suggested, Chris.
Oh, wow. He went the harder way. But I think he was trying to play his cue ball behind the 1 just in case he didn't make it. And now he made it, and he's looking pretty here. It's one of those weird strokes where you have to stay down and follow through. Nice. Let's see if it ran too far. I think he'll be okay there.
I think he will indeed. And now, draw back for the 3 in the same pocket. And as you've just indicated there, to leave an angle to come across for the 8, or come around for the 8 into the same pocket.
Yeah, it's a good shot. You don't want to be too high on the 8 near the side, because you can come off the 14 and scratch potentially if you have too much angle. So you want to just get kind of that first diamond under the side, but also you can't be too picky. You might go forward 2 rails. Beautiful. And then meanwhile on the next stream table we have SVB pulling to 4-2 against Eklund, or Cleto Kachi, Eklund Kachi's brother. And Vogle with a 3-1 lead. How you looking? How is it looking?
Yeah, and although he swapped over to the other side of the table, he made a ball off the break, and he's keeping Snagotki in his chair. 3-1 with the break, race to 8. And you mentioned about the score between Cledio and SVB. Well, in the other matches, we've got the Canadian Valid Hashem, 2-1 up on David Alcaida. We've got Darren Appleton trailing 2-0 to Jeffrey DeLuna, monster match. And a couple of other highlights. Joshua Filler, 4-2 up over Emile-Andre Gangflot. And Carl Naderberg locked at 2 apiece against Sean-Marc Malayan. Lots of real chunky matches out there. The venue looks beautiful there, Chris. How have you found your time there so far?
Yeah, it's been awesome so far. Seeing pool at a premium, seeing a few upsets, and a few really close matches. I mean, this is pool heaven, if I'm being honest. Oh, second ball almost on that one. A little bit of a cut break there. Nothing in. No one home.
No, I'm just having a look. It doesn't really look to be an easy opener for him, though. Unless there's something higher up the table. Combination for the 7. No, I don't think he can see it.
Yeah, this is 2 times in a row where he's come up to the table and hasn't really had many good options here. So I wouldn't even be mad if he played safe here. Some sort of safe. I'm probably going solids here if I had to pick.
Yeah, And I would probably start with the 12-6 combination. But not Mateus. Calls it. Where's the cue ball?
Interesting. He likes making us sweat.
He does. I was worried that he was going to leave the stripe he was playing covering the 5. It hasn't. And even though he's come into a tricky spot, there's a nice long blue 2 staring him in the face.
You know, I generally don't like attacking until I know I can keep going. And, you know, I think that was a little too aggressive for what the table was laying out. But, you know, sometimes you have to try to get yourself back in these matches. So I don't blame him, but I personally probably would have played safe on that and just made Felix come with something.
Yeah, wise words. Are you giving some free coaching to our viewers out there? Thank you very much if you are, Chris.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm set up in the middle of both of these matches out in the open. I got the live stream that you guys are watching on my left, and then I have Shane and Cleto on my right. This will be my station for the next few days. So I'm really looking forward to this, watching so much pool, and any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments and enjoy the match.
Well, I'm enjoying it so far, Chris. I'm not too sure if Snagotki is as much, but this is a race to 8. There are lots more opportunities for twists and turns. But Vogle looking to go on the offense here, and I'm looking at the red striped 11. Can he get an angle for that where the 4 is?
Yeah, it's just something that I wouldn't touch that 11 until I kind of had to, because it's just security for yourself against in this rack. You might have to get rid of it now, though.
Yeah, I prefer that option, Chris. Mainly because if he can't get shape on the 13, he should be left with the 10 for an insurance policy. Felix has other ideas.
Yeah, he got even better on that ball. That's pretty good right there.
Can he avoid contacting? It looks from this angle he's got more than enough gap to avoid contacting the 4.
Yeah, you don't want to draw as much. It's more so just using the spin to kind of help it in. He hit that ball really well. And the 9 is going to be a little, not hard to get on, but you know, you have to make sure that you have a good angle on it, because too much angle and you might be trying to draw into the 3, and you don't want to run in. You want to be exactly where he's at now, basically, just a little closer to the 9 potentially. How's that?
That will do nicely. He's looking just to draw into the long rail. Left-hand side and bring it back up.
Very beautiful shot there. Nice out. Really nice out. I mean, he looks really composed. No sense of fear. Just got to get through the ball, Felix. Just get through the ball.
And that brings him to 4-1. He is looking like, at the moment, in the driver's seat. And with his brakes working so well now, Chris, he really is going to be quite difficult to stop, although Snagotki has proven he can jump on the mistakes from Vogle, but he's just not getting enough of them. Have a little look at the statistics early on, and that will probably indicate the lack of table time Snagotki has had, which it has done, 72% for Vogle, sitting on 878 player overall performance. Mateus with only a quarter of the time, still sitting at 750, but 0% on the break. And with Felix having now 4 breaks, 50%, it looks like he's moving it in the right direction, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to gain momentum, especially in a winter break format if you're not breaking well, you know. When you finally steal a game and then you break dry, it's just tough on the confidence and that back arm. So hopefully you can get into a little bit of a groove, but let's see what kind of break that Felix has here. Dry break.
Yeah. And when it doesn't work, look at the spread of them balls. You really would expect, and I'm sure Mateus would expect himself to take full advantage of this now. The scoreline would suggest he needs to.
Yeah, this is one of those turning points in matches where you really have to take advantage of your opportunity because you haven't really had one yet. So I'm not sure I like going for this ball first, but see how he hits it. Good shot. Does it pass the 2? Looks like it.
It does. And depending on how the 9's positioned, it may be a big pocket for him to go for. It looks like it is. So if he did elect to need to take a chunk of the long rail, that should work too.
Not so treacherous, that side pocket.
Not so far. Oh, a bit of a reach for Snagotki here.
He's going to come in between the 212, I believe. He's going to go towards the 15. I kind of like that. I personally like that. It just kind of avoids a lot of the contact. I think it's going 14 next, but he came up just a little short. But now he can come over for the 15. You know, a lot of this is just feel and kind of just any person's preference. But just, man, as long as you maintain the correct angles and execute, the rest kind of helps itself out.
And it does, and just a little gentle draw to hold for the 11 to the bottom left pocket. The 12 ball will probably follow suit into the same pocket. And this is a good time to get one on the board, and Chris, a better time to get back to the table with the break.
Yeah, maybe he could change the break up a little bit and see if he can get something going, but this was his chance to gain some momentum, and let's see if he's going to allow himself to do so in the next rack. Let's see if he changes the breakup.
He may do that indeed. He may feel he needs to after watching the difference between his results and Felix's results. And over on table 1, which is right next to you, it looks like Shane Van Boning's mounting a comeback. It's now 4-3. He trails to Klediakachi. And while we just have the time, up next on our TV tables, we have the Seyberts St. Louis Women's 10-Ball Open kicking off. And we already have the matchups announced for that. I'll start to bring you a few of them, but what will be coming up on the table for yourself, Chris? Brianna Miller from the US taking on Wanling Wang of Chinese Taipei. I've not seen too much of Brianna. Have you? So that will be coming up following this slice of matches in the Men's 8-Ball World Championships.
Ball
That's
in
a
the
different break.
Definitely not a lot of opportunity, but still a ball in the break, control of the table. Yeah, Brianna Miller and I actually went to the same school, Lindenwood University, 20 minutes from here in St. Louis, and we actually both won collegiate nationals the same year, 2016. And she's a good friend of mine, and she's an amazing player, but she just hasn't played as many events as you know, a lot of the other girls. But she's a top flight player that can beat anybody.
I'm looking forward to that. And remind me never to challenge anyone around the Lindenwood area for a game of pool.
Yeah, for sure. Sadly, the program is disbanded now, but Mark does a great job. He's an amazing coach, and I wouldn't be where I am without him, and I know that for a fact. Stripes
He's
it is.
picking, yeah, he's picked that gap out nicely. Does have this little cluster to contend with. I'm wondering if the 15 passes the 10, because if it does, he's got an angle to smuggle something out of the cluster there.
Yeah, if it's a weird. I'm not sure. I like going for the 12 all the way down. It's a little aggressive for my taste. I might go 15 and try to draw into the 12, so we can have more of a chance to kind of figure it out. But he's going all offense right now. The 4 and the 3 are tied up, so maybe he's got that going for him. That's maybe why he's thinking that he's able to go a little more aggressive.
I do like the 15, but he's implying that that 15 doesn't go. This is a tougher 12. Or is it?
Yeah, I didn't like that shot selection. Obviously, it's always a good shot if it goes in, right? But you know, for me personally, I like the other ball and then work our way back to that for sure. So now Snagotki with solids. 2 ball on the side here. Wow.
Oh, wow.
We had the same reaction there. No shot. No shot. He has no shot still after all that. Cue ball got behind the 11 ball. He has the 5-4 combination. That looks to be it. He's going to jump the 4 in? No way. Look at this. This would be something.
He is. He is.
Let's see him turn this into airplane mode and go off the ground here. Off the felt. See, I'd be too short for this. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Oh, he nudged the 11 with his hand, and Serdar Karadag, our man from Ankara, Turkey, was watching like a hawk. That's ball in hand for Felix. It was a tough jump to take on. I could hear the look of surprise in your voice, Chris, and I was having a little look at it as well. I certainly fancied him making a successful jump shot, but just the pot just looked a little bit too much of an ask. Now, that 10 is quite close to the 5. I'm just wondering if it's available to both top left and bottom left pockets.
Yeah, it looks to be. I think he might get rid of it now. I would imagine, because he likes to be a little on the more aggressive side. He should be okay here, though.
Oh, was able to hold for the 12.
You got to be careful, though, reaching. You're going to be on your tippy toes here for sure, jacking up over a ball. Let's see if he uses his extension or a bridge here. Oh, he's going for the 9. Wow. Little curious on that one, but I guess it works. Just don't want to be above the 6 here, which was a little tough.
Yeah, maybe queuing over the 6, but I don't mind him going that route. He now leaves that 12 as a good key ball for the 8.
Totally agree. Now you just have to roll this in, but honestly, I might even try to roll a little further so I can put a little bit better of a stroke on it and put the next one in the side pocket. But whatever you feel more comfortable with.
Ooh, used all the pocket.
Yeah, put a little bit of a jab stroke on that one again, which is, I think, the only times he gets a slow rolling the ball, getting a touch quick on the stopping at the contact instead of following through. So I don't know, maybe something to think about, but the rest of it looks really, really nice. He's playing very, very well.
Yeah, he is. And really one to watch for the future as well as today.
Really beautifully struck there. Now he has the 8 in the opposite corner. And this should put him up 5-2. Sweet. Nice little battle. Matus Snagotki is looking for another opportunity. You know, it's weird. He hasn't had many good opportunities immediately after the break. He's had to work for them every time.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. Now, I know Matis quite well. He won't be daunted. In fact, if you looked at his face sometimes, you wouldn't have a clue what the score was. He won't be daunted by the scoreline, especially because it's a winner break format. I'm sure he fancies if he does get an opportunity, there is the chance to swing momentum. But Vogle really seems to have got dialed in very early on. It's going to make this a bit of an uphill struggle. There's a bit of claps going on in the background there, Chris. What's happening in the venue?
Cleto Catchy just won another game. You could tell you know, it's funny because Shane brings such a following, especially in the U.S. You know, if he wins a game, the whole building erupts. Doesn't matter what the score is, but if his other person wins a game, then it's just like, you know, oh, like 10 people clap and it's all good. But it's funny the difference, you know.
Brilliant.
Vogle to break. Go ahead.
I was going to say the last time he sort of slightly cut the break as opposed to bang in the middle. This time full in the face. The cue ball didn't stop.
Cue ball. Oh, man.
Ooh. Well, it's moments like this, Chris, which can swing the momentum. Ball in hand for Snagotki. Looks like he's 1 or 2 clusters to contend with. Certainly the 10-8.
It's so funny because there's so many different ways to play 8-ball. If you go to your local bar or pub or whatever, they got 20 different ways that everyone's playing it. You go to a different tournament, they might have some different rules and blah, blah, blah. But one time, I was at the Ultimate Pool USA, which is bar table, and I did that what Felix just did, where my cue ball is going to scratch, so I grabbed it before it went in, and that means a loss of rack. So I lost the whole frame. Because I touched the cue ball, and I said, "Oh, well, I won't do that again." But
it's one way to learn.
I immediately thought that there was a loss of rack, and then I realized that this was not the same thing.
Well, 2 things with that. I've seen a few people come unstuck in other tournaments where they've not let the balls come to a rest at the end of the rack, and that's caught a few players out. But also, as you suggested, I grew up in the UK playing a lot of pool, and even in the same village from club to club, they would have different rules. It would be, you'd end up spending an hour just agreeing on the rules before you started.
Totally agree. And you know what's funny? I actually like these rules the best. Open after the break makes sense, and then winter break also makes sense. But yeah, he had an amazing breakout there. Does this 13 pass the 6-9? I don't know if that's 13. Is that 13?
Just looking. I'm just looking. I'm waiting to get back to the table. We've got a good view of Snagotki. Just having a look of his options, and yes, I do think it does.
I didn't even
Not
notice
much
the
of
10
an
ball.
angle to work with.
Look where the 10 ball's at.
Oh, it's locked against the 8. That was there from the get-go. He is going to need to do something with that at some point.
How would you deal with it?
You're going to put me on the spot, aren't you, Mr. Reinhold?
No, there's no right or wrong answer. The only right answer breaks it out, right? Because
Well, I would try and get the cue ball over towards the 7 and play the 12 with the cue ball off the top short rail, maybe even with this angle now, and look to come up underneath it. But you're still going to be leaving a little bit to chance.
Yeah, he's loading this one up with a lot of speed. Let's see what happens. He struck that beautifully. Amazing.
Oh.
Beautiful shot there. Did he get hooked? Can you see it?
I don't know. I can't see his face. His face would have told us. I think so.
Yeah, he didn't throw his hands in his face, so I think maybe you can see it.
No.
Pool players were funny. Unintentionally. All right. How is he going to get the 8 from here? Now he's on the wrong side.
Yeah. Is he going to be forced to play it in off the 3? Or can he get underneath it?
I think that's the only option. Be careful of the shirt. It might come. He's not even looking at it. Oh, beautifully struck there. Wow.
What a hit.
You got to give props to him. He's making it work.
Yeah, I agree. Didn't look like he was going to be able to navigate past the 6 like that. What a shot. This 8 to bring the scoreline back to 5-3. And punishing the scratch break from Felix. And that will bring the break back to Mateus. Race to 8. Would ideally like to just start putting a few more on the board now. Just have a look out across the table as the stats come up across the room. It looks like that comeback from Shane, well, it's not to be at the moment. Claudio has just pushed out to a 6-3 lead over there. And that clap may indicate Shane's pulled one back.
Very, very observant. Yeah, Shane got one on the board. You know what's funny is that one of the times I won a match, and I went over to my coach and I said, you know, it was an ugly match. I wish that I could redo that one. And he said, but you still won. I said, yeah, but it was just an ugly match, not whatever. And he said, well, win now, look pretty later. And that's kind of the mindset that I have now. It's like, just do anything you can to win, and that's what Matus is doing right now. It's not really going his way, but when it does open up, I think he'll be ready. He's giving himself that chance.
Oh. Has he not been rewarded? I think he may have made one off the break. Felix is in his chair. Must have been quick.
Yeah, I'm curious what ball went in. It looks like the 3 ball.
It went in before I could catch it. Oh, yeah. 3 left side pocket.
3 in the side pocket. So this is a weird layout. I think solids might be the way to go, except for the 1. So I might have to go stripes here.
He's got a nice enough opener into the side pocket. 14.
Interesting shot selection there. I wonder if he was going for the 13. He wanted to come over a little more so he could play the 9 in the lower right-hand pocket after the 13. Here, he's going to have to be a little on the straight pull side of it and kind of dissect the rack. That 11 doesn't go very cleanly. It might barely go. He's gonna have to be careful maneuvering the cue ball here. It's one of those shots that when you see, you're just like, oh, that goes, and then you get down on it, and then it just looks a little different. But he's got this. Man, I think he wanted to go and hit one of those balls. I preferably would have wanted to hit the 8 ball so we can clear out a little bit of it, but I think he's okay here. What would your shot be after the 9?
Well, it depends how far he just smuggled the 8 over, because he may want to just try and do something with the 12 now.
That worked out beautifully.
Yeah.
10 ball does not pass, though. He's going to have to get that 15 out of there first. Would you do that next after this 11?
I'm not sure. It's quite dangerous to leave them two till the end. But again, where that 5 is, it's just making that 12 look a little bit tricky, and he may want to do something with it now while he's down at this end of the table. He doesn't. But he will be able to take the 15 out.
I tell this to a lot of my students is I generally like to get closer to each ball on position. It just makes the potting and the position that much easier, and your percentage of hitting the correct side of the ball and all this go up. So getting close to that ball, remember, is always your friend. And then on this one especially, he's really, really hitting the ball well. And if you have to choose a pattern, I generally like shooting a ball that's closer to you.
Right. I'm wondering if he can run into the 6, or just wondering what angle he's left himself here to get for the 12.
He hit it too thick. Yeah.
And although that's locked up, I don't think that's going to present a problem for Felix.
And Cleto Catchy over there is about to take another game. Not sure the score 100%, but it's getting closer to the hill for Catchy.
I can help you out there, sir. 6-4 says the board.
So that would put him on the hill then if he wins this game. He's looking at the 8 ball right now.
Well, Vogle just looking to snuff out any fire that Mateusz Snagotki had lit in the last couple of racks.
Yeah, 7 in the lower left. And not necessary, but you can hit the... Not necessary, but you can get that 10 out of there. 1-4, I'd like 2-1-4.
Yeah, 2 to get shape on the 8 would have been tricky. Good call, Chris. And now...
He might have to go 4-1 here, but I think he likes this 1 ball. We'll see. Does the 8 pass the 10? Still?
Well, it may very well do. I just assumed that that pocket was not available and may not be.
Yeah, I think even if it did pass, that was the correct shot.
The young 18-year-old German, Felix Vogle, gets 6 on the board in this race to 8. Snagotki sat at 3, and he won't be able to do anything right now because Vogle will get back to the table. And while They just rack them up. Sedar Karadag from Turkey, thank you very much, sir. Just to let you know, coming up next, we'll be kicking off the Seyberts St. Louis Women's 10-Ball Open. 64 of the best female players. I mentioned on our table, we should be looking at Brianna Miller against Wanling Wang on table 1. It will be the Canadian Brittany Bryant taking on Shasha Liu, the very strong and, dare I say, I think she's still world champion. I'll double check on that before I get demolished in the comments section, Chris. And on table 3, it will be Samia Konish of Japan taking on, Konishi taking on Angela Yannick. And finishing our stream of 4 live tables, Eylül Kibaroglu of Turkey taking on Hong Jinyu from Chinese Taipei. I'm looking forward to the start of the Women's Open. Back to the Men's 8-Ball World Championships. Felix Vogle to break. We'll be looking for a good break here and a good look at getting on the hill first.
Powerful break there. His cue ball is very nice on all these breaks, which gives him a lot more opportunities after each rack. I think he made a ball.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
I think he made 2 up into the top right. Yeah. And now, looking at where the 6-10 is dressed up, I would like to say solids should be the option. But as you've mentioned, Chris, 8-ball can just come down to the player's preference and how they feel they can develop any clusters that may be out there. But yeah, that 10 is very much hampered with the 6 at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, and if the 4-ball doesn't pass correctly, there's really not a point in going solids. You have to, there's so many variables that have to happen. Yeah, let's see what he does here. I mean, looks like it's just a 3-ball unless the 6-ball cuts in. Can he cut in the 6?
Oh. There's position play for you. I'm wondering.
I think there's nine years difference between me and him. Is he 19?
May still just be 18. He celebrated his 18th birthday as he picked up the World Junior Championship title on his 18th birthday. I think that was October, November last year.
Okay.
So
we're
yes.
about 10 years apart, and that's so awesome. He's from Germany.
Yeah, he is indeed, and a good few generations of Germans here in St. Louis. We've got the Kaiser Ralph Souquet, who we will all know, and I grew up with even, and still playing good pool as well. Let me tell you, Chris, I was very impressed a couple of weeks ago watching Ralph in action.
Yeah, he's always so measured. No wasted movement.
You know, indeed. And just so knowledgeable, very friendly, always willing to give advice, and yeah, very good ambassador to the sport, not just over in Germany, but globally. Now, the younger generation of German, Vogle, is eyeing up a treacherous look at the side pocket here.
Interesting, he went that way. I would have hit it a little harder, let my stroke out and follow through a little more, but you know, he hit that ball really well.
That's an interesting point, Chris. You know, you mentioned, and we've brought it up, that the few occasions that there's been an unforced error from Felix, it's really been through when he's had to play a more slower drag shot or just not put as much in his stroke. And you think if he'd noticed that and picked up on that, he would probably turn down playing more shots in that fashion.
Yeah, I don't think he's using a bad stroke. I think he's just... I don't even think he knows. I don't think he knows. He's so talented, it's crazy. Beautiful stroke.
I also know quite a few players, including himself, that if one shot maybe hasn't worked or one style of play hasn't worked once or twice, they're keen just to put that to bed, even sometimes within the match. And no, it's back.
Yeah, that's what I do with breaking. If one thing isn't working, then I switch immediately. I don't wait for it to not keep working. So I give it like 2 tries, and if that doesn't work, then I'm just switching.
Yeah, wise words. Wise words. And the young German now finds himself on the hill, and Matthias Snagotki still in his chair. There's nothing he can do sat there. And while we just wait for Serdar Karadag to set the balls up, we'll have a quick look. And over next to you, Chris, Claudio Cacci, 7-5 up. He is on the hill against Shane van Boning. And we do have a couple of other matches of highlight for you. Emile Andre Gangflot is trailing 3-7 with Joshua Filler. Josh Filler on the hill there. And the All-American affair between Hunter Lombardo and Payne McBride, while Hunter currently leading 4-2. And the Kaiser, as I mentioned, Ralph Suke, is leading 5-2 against Jovan Bustamante. All hotting up. All scores can be found probilliardseries.com at home if you want to have a look on the website. You will get links to all the schedules, matches, players, scores, and they're coming in thick and fast. Felix breaking on the hill, looking to take the match. Well, Chris, that cue ball looked a little bit loose, and I thought it was threatening the side pocket. It did stay out, as did every other ball on the table. Matthias back to the table. Doesn't hesitate there. Straight in on the stripes. That will bring this 6-14, the 2 greens, into play. Clearly doesn't pass the 8 ball. Now, ideally, Chris, I would want to take these 3 stripes away at the top of the table first, but that will leave him with only the 9 to look to develop the 6-14 cluster. So I'm just wondering what he's thinking there. He's laid down a few positions with his cue.
Yeah, I just don't know if the planning is good on this, because that 14 ball really needs to be developed now. Like, there's no other way to get there. Now he has to come back for the 15. So he has to draw back further than where he is now, so he can have angle to break that out. And Cleto has just beat Shane Van Boeing. This is the money shot. This is a problem though. You don't have a safety net. If this doesn't go well, you don't have a shot. So a lot of times it can go wrong, but let's see what he does. Oh, wow. And he's gonna hook himself on the 2. No, he still has some option. He's gonna make this 9 ball and try to run into it. But again, you have no safety net. So it's really tough. You have to just hope that you get a shot after, which is really tough.
Yeah, not only does he not have a safety net, Chris, he also has his opponent breathing down his neck on the hill.
This could be a match-ending shot if he doesn't get it.
Oh! He
And now he's
just
gonna have
missed
to bank it.
contact.
I don't know where. Maybe 3 rails on the side. I'm not sure if it goes past the 8 like that. It might have to be 3 rails on the side.
Well, I tell you something. I saw a bank shot from Jason Shaw in the final last night against Fedor Gorst, and he played one through a gap less than this with
He's
throw
played it off
and
the
cheated
8.
the corner.
What an idea, though. Don't go in.
Oh,
Oh, my goodness. Well, Felix has one more attempt, one more cleanup, and then he should win this match. The 7 plays kind of weird here. You might go for the 3 now and then the 7. That's probably what I would do. Well struck. Yeah, I might go 5 and then 7.
yeah, he has options here. Chris could take the 3 or the 5. In taking the 5, that will definitely ensure the 1 has a path to the top right.
Yeah, like going for the 7 now. Don't elevate. Yeah, I'd probably go 3 ball again and try to go back there. But if you like the 7 and you feel confident about it, it's there now. But I don't like being elevated over the 14. It's just too much to ask for if you don't have to do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was too much to ask for when he could have just made the 3 and then worked his way back there, you know.
Well, he played it as a bit of a 2-way, getting good cue ball. But I'm just wondering, Chris, if the scoreline may have just promoted him taking that risk. However, Snagotki doesn't necessarily have the best look at this stripe.
Well, any look is a good look from where you just were.
Oh, how about that? Well, Matthias Snagotki must have been listening to me on the mic and said, how about this for a look at my penultimate ball? Made it look easy, straight back down for the 8, brings the score back to 7-4. He's certainly by no means out of the woods yet, but will get the break and keeps his hopes alive. Quick look at the scoreboards there. You mentioned Claudio Cacci has bested Shane Van Boning and has booked his place in the next round. We have Tyler Steyer leading 5-2 against fellow countryman Frankie Hernandez. We have Radoslav Babica from Poland. He is winning 6-3 at the moment over Sun Yi Huswan. And any other highlights that are jumping out at me? Well, Lombardo Hunter is 5-3 up on Pay McBride. And David Alcaide is, well, that match is taking a little bit more time. He's 3-2 up on the Canadian Valid Hashem. Snagotki to break. He's in a must-win situation, trading 7 racks to 5. Great cue ball, Chris. Bad result.
Yeah, Felix with another chance to shut this match out. See what happens here. I mean, I think I like stripes here, but he might go solids. 6-4 combination, then come up for the 2 or stay down for the 6. 1 ball passes in the lower left. That's what he's doing.
God, he's looking to get very particular there, Chris.
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know, he must like this combo. I don't think it's a crazy, I'd say it's like 60-70% his favor. But now the rest of the rack is open, and that's what he's looking for. Now he's got another opportunity to close this out. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, that was a killer opener shot. Never a given taking on combinations, especially from the position he found himself in, but the value of making it, well, look, it's playing out right in front of our eyes now. The only thing was, I think he wanted to land on this one so he could come through for the 6. That's not going to happen now.
Yeah, straight in or even further would have been nicer. We'll see if he can just take what he can and then cut the 6 in. But again, just adding a little too much chance in there. He's going to hopefully come in between the 11-15 and play the 3 ball next. But being on the rail, using a little bit of English, anything can happen. Just gotta stay down and follow through. Oh, wow. How was that?
Oh, that will work nicely. That could have been the match-winning shot right there. In fairness, Chris, that's really kept him in perfect position.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to gain that momentum back if you mess up and get the other guy some confidence, but he's really taking advantage of this. This is a little thin. This is a little thin.
He was starting to play a little bit quicker then. Did he get a little sniff of the finish line and maybe was just trying to bring it to him a bit too quickly there?
Either way, he has Matus kind of sweating in his seat. Let's see if he can win.
He's coming round the back.
Oh,
no.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Pocket? Just like he planned.
What a treacherous prospect ahead. I think he'll go top left if he can see it.
I love when a plan comes together. Okay, let's see.
Looks like it's side pocket. Oh, treachery abound. Mateus out of his chair. Oh, is there still a little bit more drama ahead?
Let's see if he can clear these stripes and get closer to the hill. The pressure really isn't on Matus anymore. It's more so on Felix. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now. Maybe some growing pains.
Well, and also, you know, Mateus now has a, as you said, really has nothing to lose, can let his stroke out. And you never know what sort of position that puts this match in. It will just take a run out here and a really good break, and we could be in for a thrilling finale.
Remember, next time I could look pretty, this time I'll win. It applies for a lot of things.
Absolutely. That's another t-shirt waiting to happen.
Sometimes I don't do either. And that's okay too.
Well, he just needs to focus on these remaining 3 balls. That 8 ball is sitting very nicely for him.
It's the 10 pass?
Well, I think it did.
I figure I should eat 10. It does now.
It does indeed. This 10 ball, the score trickling back in his favor slightly. 7-5. It would be. This 10 ball. Oh, yeah. And back to 2 within it. However, Vogle on the hill. It's a must-win situation. We will see how Matthias takes his break very shortly. And as I mentioned before, following on from this match or slice of matches in this men's 8-ball World Championships, We will be kicking off the Seyberts St. Louis Women's 10-Ball Open after this, 64 players. And also later on, that will be 4 p.m. local time. And then following on from that, at 6:30, we also get our Poison Mixed Doubles event underway. Also 10-ball, 32 teams. And from my experience in previous events, a lot of fun, not just for us viewers at home, but the players really do seem to enjoy it and let their hair down a little bit. And I do believe, Chris, you and I will be returning back to this table for that very Women's Open. But before that takes place, Snagotki to break, trailing 7 racks to 5. Felix on the hill.
Dang, he hit those hard. And nothing. Oh, wait, 2 ball on the side. No, what ball is that? 4 ball? The 4 ball on the side.
Something did go in the side. Not the nicest of spreads, though, you have to say, Chris. There is some work to be done out there.
And again, he doesn't have any easy opportunity after the break. This is like 12 racks in a row.
Yeah.
11 passes, but then what? That's the biggest thing.
He may see the 5.
Okay, solids it is. The 6.
Bumps the 7. 1. The 1 ball kicks up towards the 10.
I'll be honest here. I like going for the 6 and getting that 8 ball out of there because it only goes in the pocket that's blocked.
Well, I was also wondering if he could play into the off the top of the 9, maybe end up on the long 3. That also would be ambitious, but I see exactly what you're saying, Chris. That 8 is kind of ugly.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little ambitious here. Just like you said, beautiful. Now he's got the 7 bank, or the cut, or the 2 ball down all the way. I'm a bigger fan of the 2 ball than I am the 7 ball, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, he'll come around and have... Well, I was going to say he should come around and have a look. He hasn't.
Doesn't have enough time.
Oh, he's played that well.
Oh. Ideally, you'd like to get the 3 ball out of there now, but being on the rail, you don't really want to do that. Let's see what he does.
Well, he has the opportunity to use the 1 to come back down for the 3.
Okay. He's going to go around the same way he went for the 2 ball there, but again, he's just kind of taking what he can every shot, which is tough to on these kind of racks.
Yeah, you can see from his face there, Chris, he's not completely set with his position on with the cue ball. He's looking to draw around the back of the 3. I like this shot.
Yeah, some people wear their emotions on their sleeve, others on their face. He's definitely a face guy. He wears it on his face.
Yeah. You really have nailed it. In his chair, he's as stoic as anything, but in play, he really does not leave much to the imagination. Now, this is the 3 all the way up to the top right pocket. And with the 8 only having the bottom left or the side pocket, he's made it, Chris. And this 8 ball, don't call it a comeback, even though it is.
Just remember, you can't come back if you don't fall down first. Wise words.
Yeah, very wise words, and something that I encourage my children to remember, especially when they're asking me for money. Now, 7-6. It's got the break. It's somewhat working now. Felix just having something to think about, and we picked up on it in a couple of racks ago. Snagotki's in a position now where he can just let his stroke flow and really let it go. But I'm just wondering, now the scoreline's getting a bit tighter. You can see him tapping his leg there, Chris. Do I detect a little anxiety in his approach there?
Nah, you know what's funny is I think there's still Felix isn't really feeling nervous. I think it's more so just kind of taking what the table gives him and just trying to do his best. I think he just hit the 8-ball on the side a little too hard is all. You know, like we were talking about the side pockets and just try to avoid them, but he kind of had to shoot that way. You know, so the rest of it is okay. I think it really just depends on whoever gets the next opening shot. Let's see if he can make a ball in the break and see what happens from there.
A cluster of balls threatened the left side pocket, Chris, but nothing dropping. Felix to the table. And just looking. It looks like there is certainly a stripe on. And that may be it. And that stripe being the 14. That looks like what he's eyeing up, and oh, 4. I think he's going solids.
Yeah, you notice how the tables have kind of turned as far as openings, how he's getting a little bit of the worst openings now, and it's a closer match. So let's see if he can navigate this 5-ball. Do you think the 5-ball passes the 11?
I would like to say yes. There is a chance that it would go into the bottom left pocket, bottom right as we look at the overhead. He could take the 3 here and maybe look to massage a position there from the 7, getting the cue ball through the gap of the 10-11. But I think from this angle it would pass if he elected to go that side and come low on the 5, Chris.
Yeah, it's kind of all just maintaining that. I mean, the 1, let's see if the 1, can you see the 1 now? There we go, 6, 2 in the side. And then 5-1 or 1-5. Yeah, kind of got 50-yard line here. Maybe use the 5 now, I feel. You think the 5? Maybe maybe the 5 and then the 6?
Nope, not by the look of Vogle's
Yeah, I think he's going to run into the 12 here. He might run into the 12 or draw back behind the 12 for some angle on the 5. Yeah, I didn't want to get too straight on this because then he has to hold the 6, which is a big ask. He's going to fall forward a little bit so he doesn't have as much angle because the 8 only does pass in the bottom right.
Yeah, if he does leave too much angle, Chris, he may start to have to running into balls, or at least round the back of the 8.
Yeah, but then again, he got the shot clock. You have to kind of. Oh, he got off the left. How fortunate was that? At that speed?
Well, I'm sure that ball is still quite hot from its re-entry.
He didn't like that 11 there, apparently.
No. If he puts the 8 ball in that corner pocket now, he'll tell you why.
Wow, what an ending to the game. And we have the 8 in the lower right to end the set.
Yes, indeed, Chris. That 8 ball will stop the comeback that was threatened by Matthias Snagotki. He came back from quite a deficit, back to 7-6, but Felix always threatening on the hill, and the young German Felix Vogle goes through to the next round. Snagotki, I'm afraid, will exit the men's tournament. And, well, although there is still some men's 8-ball World Championship matches underway, next on table 2 here and our other stream tables will be the Seyberts St. Louis Women's 10-ball Open kicking off. As I mentioned here on table 2, Chris and myself will be back. Looking forward to bringing you the match between Brianna Miller of the US and Wanling Wang of Chinese Taipei. Thank you again to you all for joining us. We look forward to having you back, I believe, in an hour and a quarter from now. And until then, a big thank you to Chris Reinhold. And my name is Gethin Davis, and we do look forward to seeing you back for more action today on day 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
See you the next one, guys.